Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Let me get the prediction going. The candidates did indeed get announced, Scarlet. Niji24, is that how I say it? Welcome in. So happy that you could join us for a live stream. I'm gonna go grab some water. Scarlet. Why don't I talk about it in a minute? Yeah, I'll give got my water. I'll give everyone a chance to get in. Been watching every single one except for the Sunday stream. Oh, you've been catching up on YouTube? I'm super behind on updating the live streams on YouTube, but hopefully this week I can get them up. Gonna be mostly lurking today. Oh, made good headway on a concert fit. Yeah, you got this. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the live streams are available, I think, for like a week, and then Twitch deletes them. I think that's what it's doing right now. Something like that. On Twitch. perfect stream to work on your summary for your exam next week. Good luck with that. I hope that goes smoothly. Oh, let me change out our little guy. Who do we want to hang out with us today? Be this little guy. I feel like I don't get him out enough. Oh, look at him reading the book. That's so cute. Alright, the poll has ended. There comes the ad break. Okay, we'll let the ad break go and then we'll get started. You thought you lost your custom hook at work? Oh, I'm glad you found it. That would have sucked. Oh, Laura, thanks for stopping in. Have a good rest of your day. Your Spanish teacher told you all that she wouldn't be sad when her dad died, and then today her dad died. That's crazy. I mean, I guess good for her that she's not sad? Was she sad? A reasonable question. Yeah, talk about fuck around and find out. Allegedly, the ad break is over. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Puffertle here. Let's do our daily. So, okay. So, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the update from Concerned Ape. So if you haven't watched the video yet, it's very cute. It's a retrospective talking about the development of the game, like prior to its release, and then kind of briefly going over some of the updates that it's been through over the years. So if you're interested in seeing like what the game looked like in its, you know, early development, before it even looked like Stardew Valley, before it was even called Stardew Valley, it's very cute. I think that Concerned Ape is just so funny. He has just such a like a dry humor about him. It's really funny listening to him talk about his own game, because he's just absolutely like, yeah, that was so ugly. Look at this thing that I did. Wow, that looked terrible. So at the very end of the video, that is linked in the media chat, by the way, if you want to go watch it in the Discord. But at the very end of the video, he did reveal the new marriage candidates, and one of them everyone had correct. It was Sandy, and the other one was Clint. So Clint and Sandy are the two new marriage candidates. Let's see if our luck with fishing will go any better today than our luck with spouses. You know, I was very psyched about the opportunity to marry the wizard. I would have really loved to have that opportunity, but you know, we're gonna look at it like this, right? We're gonna look at it like this. Something needs to be done about Clint, and I suppose if this is what it takes for this man to have a complete character arc, and overcome being such an incel, then really it's for the good of the valley, right? But no, man, I would have loved it if it was the wizard. That would have been so cool. But maybe his arc will be better than Shane's. I mean, Shane's arc is honestly pretty good. You know, he does turn his life around ultimately. Let's see. Let's actually, like, guess a fish here. I feel... So it was a pretty easy one. I don't know that I recognized that pattern for it. I'm kinda... Let's go something like... Let's be a little crazy with it. Let's do something a little bit different from what, like, I normally guess. I'm, like, trying to see what I think is, like, reasonable. And is gonna give us also good information. Let's do bullhead, why not? Okay. You know, I was just trying to be a little different. Just trying things, you know? Why are we marrying him to be mean to Jack? Yes, I'm a very well-known Clint hater. Because he is such an incel. And so I have not been excited about the prospect of potentially Clint being a marriage candidate. Very vocally. So naturally there's a good chance people will want me to suffer. So it's not going to be an any season fish or an any weather fish. And it's not located in the lake, and it is not found at any time. Interesting. So I actually... Shad was gonna... I was like... Okay, it's not shad. I was about to say if it's shad, because that was my other guess. So it is found during the rain. And it's still not found during exclusively these seasons. And it's not found in the town or the forest. And it's not found during this time slot. Okay. But it's rain exclusive. So the fact that it's during the rain and it's in a location that's not the town, the forest, or the lake, is narrowing things down quite a bit. So let's look for ocean fish, probably, that come out in the rain that are relatively easy to catch. So, okay, it could be red snapper. Okay, it's not a red snapper, but it is definitely an ocean fish. Summer and fall is still not quite right, and it's not 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. But there is some overlap. Okay, let's see here. What else is an ocean fish that comes out in the rain? I feel like there could only be like one other fish that would even make sense for this. Gonna marry Clint just to divorce him and dove his children? I know, right? Well, I won't kill his children. I wouldn't do that. But, you know, divorcing him and then having Krobus come live with us, that is definitely a possibility. I guess it has to be an eel. Okay, I didn't think that was what the eel fishing pattern was, but there you go. They're not dead? Okay, right, they're just doves. It's totally different. They've been set free from their wretch of a father. I think I can make that happen without turning them into doves, honestly. We divorce Clint, and then we erase his memory so he doesn't know that they're his children. Right? Okay. So, a couple things. I got compression gloves. They're pretty cool, so I'm trying them out today. They're froggy print. These are from BB Pins. So if you're looking for some cute compression gloves, BB pins, I don't have a lot of experience with compression gloves, so it's hard for me to say how these are going to measure up to other kinds of compression gloves, but so far my hand feels compressed. They're certainly, you know, tight on my hand, and they're cute, so that's something. I like that they're covering all my joints. So we'll see if they help. I have been having more issues with, this is something that kind of has been going on with me historically, so this is not like a brand new thing. But because I kind of started up having this issue when I was in college, but both of my index fingers right now, I'm having to like periodically pop them back into place just because I'm doing so much with my hands right now at such a small scale, and it's pretty hard on them. So I wanted to make sure I got compression gloves to keep up with hand health. So I'll be trying these out, and I'll let y'all know how they are. I also got a binder from BB Pins that is pretty cute. I'm wearing it right now. I have to say, it's pretty comfortable. It's also a zip front binder, which I like. I like that it's not super tight under my armpits. That's one of my main issues with like literally every single other binder I've ever put on, is that it's just too tight under my armpits. It cuts into my armpits, and I hate that. So that is definitely a positive for the BB Pins zip front binder so far. Yeah, also the aesthetic of a zip front binder is so good, but I feel like it's not as tight as my other binders, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Full or half, it is a half binder. No rolling issues. I don't think that that's gonna happen with the construction of this one. I'm gonna post, if you're not in the Discord, I'm going to post pictures later so that y'all can see what this is doing for me. Maybe you could get a referral code or something. I don't know. Maybe. I would happily talk to them if they want to talk to me. But yeah, I will post pictures in the Discord if y'all want to see what this looks like on me. I'll post the difference between binder, no binder, and what my GC2B binder looks like, which is my like regular everyday go-to binder, so that y'all can get an idea of how this is working for me. I don't have like the largest chest size, but I'm also not the smallest. I'm like I'm somewhere in kind of like a medium area, so you know, my review is not going to be something that's useful for everybody, but I will give you the information that I have at my disposal. So there's that. All right, the next thing that we're going to do, I want to get started with working on the Granny Squares for Project 2. So there are a couple of people that we still have not picked out the type of Granny Square for, but so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to roll for it today. That's what we're going to do. So I have my D10. A 1 through 5 is going to correspond to, you know, these square options in order. So we have number 1 will be a solstice, number 2 will be a spiral, number 3 will be a sunburst. Actually, hang on a second. I want to do it in the order of the drop-down menu. I think it's the same, though. So yeah, number 1 will be solstice, number 2 will be spiral, number 3 will be sunburst. Let me pull this up so you can see it better. Number 3 will be sunburst, number 4 will be puffs and hugs, and number 5 will be bobble. And then we'll do 6 through 10, like, come around again. So 6 will be solstice, 7 will be spiral. You get me. So that's just how we're just going to pick the last couple of ones that haven't been picked out yet. Thank you, Mambo, for linking the spreadsheet. You can find all the information on the spreadsheet there. And then going forward, we'll just be able to get that information at the time that people redeem. If you are not, you know, if you're wondering why we're doing this right now, it's because we didn't know that we were doing a variety of different squares at the time that these people picked out their square. So we're kind of having to go back and re-add this in. So I'll switch back over here so y'all can see me roll for it. So our first one for rain is going to be, that is a 6, so it's going to be a solstice. And then down here, skipping a couple for cozy, that is a 10, so 0 if you're not familiar with D10s. A 0 on the D10 means 10. So that is going to be a bobble. And then our last one, oh, actually there's 2 more at the bottom. This one for Casper is, hang on, that's cocked. Let me roll in something flatter than this. That'll be easier to see. A 2. So that's a spiral. And then down here, we need to do 2 more for Black Cat. I gotta honor the cock. You can't honor the cock. That's why it's called a cock. You heard your name? Yes, we're picking out the square type for the granny square colors that you picked out. Okay, for Black Cat's first one, we got 4. So that's Puffs and Hugs. And then for the other one, another 4. So both of these are going to be Puffs and Hugs. Okay. So, going forward, if you're redeeming a granny square, you'll be not just picking the colors, you'll be picking the type of square that you want out of the 5 that are available. All of that information is available on the spreadsheet that Mambo just linked, so you can find out more about what's going on there. But we're going to go ahead and make this one for Rain. Hello, Em. How are you doing today? I just wanted to go ahead and roll for the ones that hadn't been picked out yet so we could get started on this. Are those compression gloves? They are. So I just got these in today. I actually got the package literally 30 minutes before stream started. So a very exciting timing for me. But yes, these are my new compression gloves from BB Pins. So I'm excited to see how they do for me today. That's BB Pins is the company. Can you redeem a Black Cat square? Absolutely. Absolutely. Just let me know the colors that you want in order. That's a standard, so it's up to 4 colors, and then the type of square that you want. So Rain, we're gonna start with Canary, and I actually need to pull up the pattern for the Solstice square. Which you can find all the patterns through the spreadsheet as well. What do compression gloves do? So it's basically to kind of help, you can kind of think about it as like holding your hands in place almost. It's like to help your joints out basically when you're doing things with various different parts of your body. So compression equipment can be applied to different parts of your body. Like you can get compression sleeves for your elbows and stuff. But obviously compression gloves are for your hands. So it is basically just to, like, bolster your joints. Because when you're working on stuff and you're doing the same motion over and over again, as like with crochet, it's really easy to get things like a repetitive stress injury. And I have a history of that. So like carpal tunnel is a good example as well. You see that really commonly with creatives dealing with carpal tunnel. So compression gloves are a preventative tool to kind of help you from doing damage, prevent you from doing damage to your joints. So where is my, oh, hang on. I think I might have left the crochet hook that I need in the living room. 1 second. They sell compression socks too. Yeah. I actually have, they're not cute ones. I was hoping I could get some cute ones for the BB Pins website, but they're actually sold out right now. But I have compression sleeves for my knees when I go flying, because it can be hard on your circulation when you're flying and you're sitting for a really long time. I got them when I was flying to England, and so I was very glad that I had them. Kind of sucks that you need them. Honestly, I don't necessarily take it as a negative thing. I think that everybody kind of needs them. Like if you're going to be doing something a lot, because again, it's more about the preventative nature of it, right? So it's not like you don't brush your teeth because you have cavities, like you brush your teeth to prevent cavities, right? So it's the same kind of logic. And, you know, much like brushing your teeth are still going to have wear and tear that happens even though you are brushing them, but it's just a tool to help with that. So it's never too early to start taking care of your hands, truly. If you're just a very casual hobbyist and you're not doing stuff a lot, it may not be necessary for you, but like someone like me, I'm doing this all the time. You know, basically every day I am touching my crochet, working on stuff, especially the really tiny stuff. So it is very important for me to take care of my hands with tools like this, and also by making my hooks you know, ergonomic. Like the second I start feeling like any level of pain, I like take a step back and reevaluate. I'll get back to you in 1 second, Niji. Okay. I did indeed leave my hook in the living room, so I got it now. I was working on something else with this hook. Okay, so you wanted all the blue and teal don't care about the order. Okay. So, and then did you have a preference on the kind of square, or do you want me to roll for it? Let's go in order, I guess. So we'll do turquoise, navy, teal, and then aqua? Or should I go from lightest to darkest, maybe? Maybe aqua, turquoise, teal, navy? That could be cool too. Thank you for redeeming water time. Welcome in, Faye. How are you doing today? Roll for it. You got it. I like a good roll. If anybody is wanting to redeem a square, by the way, and you don't know what colors you want, you can also roll for your colors. So on the first page, all of the colors are numbered 1 through 25. So I can't do it with my dice because I don't have a dice that elegantly will do 1 through 25. But I can put it into a random number generator. So we can randomize the colors as well if anybody is interested in doing that. Okay, we're gonna roll for this really quick. So that is a 7. So that's gonna equate to a 2. So that's gonna be a spiral square. That'll be very cool with these colors. And it also is not gonna really matter what order they're in, because of how the spiral is. So I think that really works with you not caring about the order. Just woke up. What did Stardew Valley have added? So we don't know anything about the 1.7 update yet because the update did not go live. All we know is that the new marriage candidates are going to be Clint and Sandy. Okay, so let's see. I need the solstice square. So this is my first time doing this one. Fortunately, it does start off like a regular granny square. And so we are gonna need, yeah, yellow to start. So that's easy enough. I know how to do that part. I have a fun little knot in here. Let me, resolve that. Yeah, Clint, I know. Hi, Zephyr. Welcome in. I'm assuming you haven't heard yet either then, if you're just waking up from a nap. If I seem a little awkward as I'm working on things today, I'm just not quite used to having the compression gloves on yet. So it does feel a little different, you know. Yeah, you just found out. I thought you'd be excited. Change the sound? What about the sound? It definitely does not, the yarn does not glide quite as easily over my hand, which is like, the musics are overlapping. Hang on, I know what the problem is. Okay, that should fix it. Yeah, no problem. Trying something a little bit different today, but I can definitely see how that would have been too many sounds at the same time. Gonna go tackle the dishes really quick? You got this. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit toasty today, so I was like feeling like I wanted to change up the sound. I had fireplace sounds on there forever. This is gonna be, I think, good for like the friction of the yarn over my finger, though. I'm not gonna have that like divot in my finger all the time. I like that it covers right here. Got back into Tumblr and it's turning into a special interest. Oh man. I watched Jacksepticeye play the most recent Poppy Playtime chapter. I don't know if y'all know about that game at all, but I just like watching other people play video games. And I was saying I felt like the design reveal for their prototype was giving Tumblr Sexy Man very hard. Found out that they rescinded their NSFW policies in 2022. Oh shit. I didn't know that. I remember when that happened. The only reason you keep the Tumblr app is to look up stuff you've reblogged. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if it still exists, but I know for a long time, I would go back and look at the Tumblr blog that I had when I was in high school. That was fun. Okay, start from the middle stitch of the 3 double crochet block. Chain 5, which counts as a double crochet and a chain 2. Then double crochet into the same stitch. So I'm not going to start from that one. It's kind of an awkward place to start. We'll do here, I guess. And then a double crochet. Okay. So that's our V-stitch. And then V-stitch, chain 2, V-stitch in the chain 3 space. Am I doing chains in between the V-stitches? Hang on. I guess not. Okay. So it's V-stitch. I'm just making sure I'm following this. I think the V-stitch is going to be like double crochet, chain 2, double crochet. But it does not actually say that. Does it say it up here in the notes? Yeah, V-stitch equals double crochet, chain 2, double crochet. Okay. So that means the corners are basically double crochet, chain 2, double crochet, chain 2, like 4 times or something. Interesting. Yeah, this is definitely taking a little bit of getting used to crocheting with the compression gloves. I feel like my my tension is a little bit confusing right now. Okay. we got that so far. And then we're going into the middle of the 3 double crochets from round 1. And repeating that all the way around. It's like, I guess that makes the most sense to go right there. 35 stream streak. Well done, Phoenix. It's kind of ruffly, honestly. I feel like, this feels like a bit more chains than necessary. I might backtrack and take some of them out, because I feel like you could get away with chaining 1. I don't feel like I need to be chaining 2. And that's not to say that, like, the pattern is wrong or anything. It's just that, like, I might be crocheting with a different tension than the person who wrote this. So it might make sense for me to, like, adjust what I'm doing just a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do chain 1 instead of chain 2 for these, because I think it's gonna ruffle if I keep going like this. Yeah, you always do a chain 1 for V-stitches. Yeah, it feels like too much to me to do a chain 2. I guess I can still do chain 2 on the corner. That probably still makes sense. Will help differentiate the corner from the V-stitch. Let's see how that looks. That already, I think, makes a lot more sense. And it's not trying to ruffle. I can tell the difference already. Welcome back from Adele. Man, I feel like today is seriously the day for content. Very excited. Like, we had the Stardew Valley video today, and then, like, Resident Evil 9 came out, so there's gameplay of that I want to go watch after stream, and then Critical Role tonight. What's everyone's favorite flavor of nut butter sandwich? Your lunch today was the apple Uncrustable. You'll have apple jelly and peanut butter. Interesting. I don't know that I've ever done apple jelly and peanut butter. I like raspberry jam. And then my family on my mom's side is Mennonite, so like apple butter has been a big thing in my life growing up. So that's usually what I think of instead of apple jelly, but I wouldn't eat it with peanut butter. Which is not to say it wouldn't be good. I just have never thought about it like that. It's kind of one of those foods that like stands on its own, in my feeling. But yeah, I like peanut butter probably the best out of all of the varieties of nut butters. Although I like Nutella. Interestingly enough, I like Nutella on actual apples. Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. What's the deal with Animal Crossing? You've been celebrating Black History Month by looking into the Black Brilliance category when you're not following anyone who's live. I think that's a great way to celebrate Black History Month. What's the deal with Animal Crossing? Like, what do you do in the game? Like, what is the game? Or just like, why do people like it? There's our first 2 rounds. So it's very like, the square is very like ketchup and mustard. And I like that this is what we got for like what we rolled for this square. I think it actually really goes well with it. Or a tomato. We actually have another square coming up that is directly tomato inspired. Von Carnata. Am I saying Von Carnata? Yeah, okay, I got all the syllables. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Okay, so Animal Crossing is, I would say it's basically just a sandbox game where the point of the game is like everyday living. And it's different. The answer is different depending on which Animal Crossing game you are talking about. I will say that. And this is not something that I have a lot of experience with. I've played New Leaf and New Horizons, and I don't really remember a lot about when I was playing New Leaf because it was so long ago. So I can really only speak to New Horizons, but which is the most recent one. I would say the appeal of it is just like if you like decorating and like just cozy games, basically. I guess basically just a game where like you're on an island and the villagers are cute little animals and you're just kind of like fixing up the space to make it how you want it, basically. Thank you for the gay frogs. You got gifted a sub for Sleeping Luna Designs. Oh yeah, so that can just happen. When people gift a sub to the community, that basically just means it goes to a random person. And I think that there is some kind of like a hierarchy to how those subs get doled out. Like, I think that they go to people who are actually viewing the stream first, but they can also theoretically go to anyone on Twitch. Like, if every single person who is viewing a stream already has a sub, I do believe that the way that Twitch would approach that would be to give the sub to just a random account on Twitch. I have had that happen to me before with accounts that I don't even follow, so that is my assumption. Okay, so round 3, join yarn at the corner chain 2 space. We're gonna do chain 3 double crochet and then another double crochet. So we're doing 2 double crochets in the corners. Or 2 clusters of double crochets in the corners, I should say. And then 3 double crochets in the next chain 2 space 3 times. So see, that's kind of the issue with having your V-stitch be the same number of chains as what you're chaining in between the V-stitches. So I think I'm not putting these clusters into every single chain Hang on a second. Sorry. I'm looking closer at this. Are there chains in between the V-stitches? This picture does not look like there's chains in between the V-stitches. I think that the pattern is maybe not matching what this picture is doing, which is interesting. Because it looks like the clusters here are in the middle of the V-stitches, which would be the chain 2 spaces. You think that there are chains, but they look very tight to me? I mean, like, maybe a single chain, but certainly not 2 chains. Like, this is not... There's no way that's a chain 2 space. Right? Like, that doesn't even look like any chains to me, right there. Definitely not 2. So... I'm wondering if it's... actually, like... the V-stitch has the chain 2, and then there aren't actually chains in between the V-stitches. Chain 1 in actual V-stitch. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Mambo. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I think that they probably did chain 2 in their V-stitches, like in between their V-stitches, or not in between their V-stitches, but like in the middle of their V-stitches. Okay, this is why I like having pictures. So I'm gonna redo this round. Sorry, I didn't think this was gonna like be a whole thing. We're just doing this one square and then we're getting into the map, but you know, this is my first time following this pattern. So it is interesting. So we're gonna do it like this. I think once we've done this one time, it will not be this complicated, but like this is the first time I'm even reading through this pattern because I figured I could figure it out no matter what. Hubris. So let's see how this looks. Because I'm like, that does not make any sense. You can't just be like, oh yeah, do your clusters of 3 into every chain 2 space, because I'm like, what? Well, what do you mean? There's too many chain 2 spaces for that instruction to make sense. Kelsey does a lot of V-stitches in her patterns. I'm not sure I've ever actually done a V-stitch before. Just by coincidence, like, it just hasn't come up for me before, so... I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not, like, confused by the concept of a V-stitch. I'm more just, I'm like, why is the pattern telling me to do something that is not even aligning with what the pattern is, you know? So... this is... I knew this would be happening, because I'm just like this, but it's basically going to turn into my own version of this square. You know, I'm not complaining too much either, because this is a free pattern, so, like... it's not like I paid for this to be weird, but... you know, we're just going on a little journey here. The not good way of explaining it is you become in debt to a raccoon and spend the rest of your life creating more raccoon debt and making the island look pretty. Yeah, it is definitely a game about capitalism in a lot of ways. Okay. Let's see how that looks now. I think that that makes sense. I think that that looks more correct. I know that y'all like can't even see what's going on with this, but okay. Now we'll go into one of these corner spaces. It also kind of bugs me that we're doing clusters of 2 into the corners rather than clusters of 3 because that doesn't match. So I might go rogue and do clusters of 3 in the corners as well. Because I don't mind the corners being really full. I kind of prefer it that way, honestly. You did the dishes? Good job, Mambo. I also need to do my dishes. I don't even have an excuse. But yes, I hope that your week has been getting easier to deal with. Okay, and then we're going into the middle of the V-stitches. And then I'm not chaining in between these clusters. Your friends, you're getting your tubes tied with your friends? That is like, that is like POV, you go on like a friendship date with your gal pals, like... to a tubal party? We'll see if I'm making these sides too long by doing my own thing for the corners. You know, I'm just like this. I feel like that's crazy long. But see, I'm looking at the pictures from this pattern too, and I feel like even in their pictures... Well, this square looks nice. It's like how... I'm debating how rogue I'm gonna go here. I'll keep going for now. Maybe if I get 2 sides done, it'll make more sense. You have the bat ones, Spidey Webs? Yeah, I love frogs. I have the bat pattern for my binder, actually. I got a binder from them as well. The bat pattern is also very cute. But yeah, I'm adjusting. This is my first time wearing impression gloves, so it's a little bit new for me, but I'm very excited to have them. My hands have definitely been needing some help lately, so... see, this is like too much going on. Am I gonna make another edit to this pattern right now? I might do it. I just feel like 3 ends up being too much. And you know, part of that is probably because I changed round 2, so... But round 2 was already ruffling, so... What was the puffertle? It was an eel today. Yeah, I'm definitely grateful to have them, Spidey. I think that they're going to be great for my hand health in the long run. Scarlet, thank you so much for redeeming that water time. And a stretch break. Don't let the pattern tell you what to do. I'm notorious for this shit, honestly. Yeah, I frequently decide that I know better, you know? And sometimes I do get my words, and that's fine. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. But, you know, a lot of the times, I like to learn things the hard way. What can I say? And I think that experimenting with a pattern to determine whether or not it's right, and if it is right, then why it's right, helps me lock in the information. I like to think about it that way, so... You're gonna be up at least 24 hours straight tomorrow? What's going on with that, Scarlet? I definitely can't do that shit. It has been a long time since I could do a 24-hour... Having insomnia is so hard. I literally wouldn't be able to do anything at all. I would just be on the couch, staring into the void, if I stayed up for 24 hours these days. Don't worry, Nightbot. Chat is on top of the hydration. Like, do I feel like that is adequate? I think that looks pretty good. Especially adding to this corner here, that's gonna push this side down a little bit more. Which square is this? This is the solstice square. You wake up for work at 3 a.m., work until 1 p.m. on your feet, come home and take care of yourself and the dogs before driving to the concert. Oh. Concert is until 8 p.m. and then you have to make the long drive home. Won't be home until morning and have to handle dogs after. Oh my gosh. Well, please take care of yourself, especially driving all that way. It also feels like the correct size, comparing it to like the other granny squares that I've done, so let's go with that and do round 3, or not round 3, round 4, and that'll be the final round for this one. So let's see what I'm supposed to do for round 4. Join yarn in the corner, chain 2 space. We're gonna do 2 V-stitches in the corner, separated by a chain 2. And then we're gonna do a V-stitch in between our double crochet blocks. Which, that's what I wanted. Okay, I think that'll work well with how we've kind of changed up how we're doing our V-stitches. Hi Chloe, welcome in. We are doing a little warm-up with a granny square here before we dive into the map for the day. Getting into project number 2, community project number 2. So this is the first square actually that we're doing for our second project. There's that corner. Oh. Missed a chain right there. All right. I think that'll work nicely, going in between the double crochets like this. And I like that this does make the square a little bit more unique than the granny squares that we were doing previously. Having the cluster of 2 double crochets rather than 3 double crochets at a time, so kind of works out. Makes it a little bit different. And then obviously for a jumbo square, we would keep going with this back and forth for another 4 rounds. too many in there. I know that the gloves aren't doing anything to, like, impede my vision. Like, they're not getting in the way of what I'm crocheting, but it's almost like I can't see what I'm doing quite as well just because I'm not used to them yet. Like I can't quite feel what's happening with my hands the same as I normally do, so just adjustment. So kind of glad we're doing this before picking up the map, honestly. I feel like it's good warm-up material for sure. I'm sorry, what? Teeth? Hang on. I looked away from the chat for too long, clearly. Moss is going with friends on a 5 to 6 hour drive to the Crane Wives, and then to handle dogs and breakfast, and then another 2 hours to the Ren Fair, and then 4 back to campus. Oh my god. Hell yeah, that sounds so fun though. One of your buddies is going as his D&D character. That'll be amazing. I miss Ren Fair. I need to go again this year, but I gotta get a corset and refresh my teeth jar. There it is. That's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. It's a trinket jar where I get realistic resin teeth and creepy looking shells to hand out. Your costume is demonic themed. Oh, I fucking love that. That's badass. I was hoping you were gonna say there were real teeth. You got a real coyote knucklebone from a bone fairy at the Ren Fair last year? That's awesome. Ethically sourced, of course. That's your friend who scavenges animal teeth on his property? Hell yeah. And dresses as a kilted Viking. I love that. Got some vulture culture aficionados out here. Alright, last side of this square. We'll see how it's looking. No bone stealing witches in this chat. When you went to Cornwall, they had ancient shark teeth at the crystal shops. You didn't get any because you were worried they were fake. I feel like shark teeth are not that hard to find because they're kind of like sea glass, or like there's the little fossils that are like stars that you can just find washed up on the sand on certain beaches. So I feel like a lot of the times the shark teeth are legit, but okay. Still feel like it's a little bit ruffly, but I'm not quite sure where the problem is coming from. Like you can kind of see how it's wanting to like ruffle. That's kind of what I was trying to avoid when I made edits to like the earlier rows, but we're still getting some of that effect, so I'm not quite sure what part of it is causing that. Usually that comes from when you have too many increases in a round, but it's not too bad. I'm just interested to see what happens with more rounds. So, but this is how the solstice looks with the edits that I made. It's giving McDonald's a little bit with this colorway, but you know, I like how it kind of has like almost like a starburst effect to it with the V stitches. I think it's kind of neat. Do you think your hook is too small? I don't think it's that, because if that was the issue, I could just do more chains. Like, this feels like there's too many stitches somewhere, which shouldn't be a hook issue. Unless you're saying that, like, I don't know. I may experiment with this one a little bit more off screen and play around with it. And see if I can figure out what's going on with it. I don't think it's terrible or anything, but I do think that if I sized it up to a jumbo square, it might start having some serious issues with the ruffling. Like, yeah, it's ruffling so much more than I think it should. I'm gonna like go through and count how many stitches end up being in like on the outside of each row, because there is a math to like the number of increases that you should be doing in a round in order to keep it flat. So like if you're doing a circle, generally speaking, you want to increase by 6 stitches every round, and that'll ensure that the growth of the circle remains uniform. So you know, that goes round 1 is 6 stitches, round 2 is 12 stitches, round 3 is 18 stitches, round 4 is 24 stitches, etc., etc. So it's multiples of 6 each round. So that keeps the circle flat. And there is a math for different shapes that is designed for those shapes, like to keep them most flat. So generally with granny squares, it's like either 8 or 10 that you want to start with. So like the center here, 3, 6, 9, 12. This it's a little bit different because it's double crochet is the thing. So like single crochet, it would be 10. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So you can think of the double crochet rows as like 2 single crochet rows. So instead of 10, we're going straight into 20, right? So, but you want to be increasing at a consistent amount. And so I'm wondering if the math for this one is a little bit off somewhere. I want to go through and like count this one. So I'll play around with that probably a little bit more off stream. I might come back to that one. Or we'll play with it at the end of stream, because the next one that's coming up is also a solstice square. So maybe I'll get back into that at the end of stream. But for now, we'll work on the map some more. Hi Sebastian, welcome in. All right, let me zoom in here. Teeth jar trinkets posted to the side chat. I gotta see that. Oh, very cool. Okay, I love the teeth. I would be so excited to get a tooth from somebody at the Ren Fair. I'm about to start working on the map, Sebastian. So, I have been crocheting the Stardew Valley map over the past, 47 weeks? I think we're on week 47 now. I haven't done the update yet, but I will be doing that probably later today. I was kind of waiting to see if some other stuff was going to happen today that I would include in the update, but I'm going to get it done today no matter what. But yeah, we're going to work on our next row here. Literally every kid who came up for trinkets wanted a tooth. Yeah. Except for one girl who was spooked by your costume. Oh no. Love me a good tooth. Yeah, we can marry Sandy and Clint now. Well, not starting right now, when the 1.7 update comes out, but... yeah, that's gonna be crazy. You know, I have hope that the Clint storyline will be good for Clint in the long run. You know, he needs to he's in the middle of a character arc. It has not been completed yet, so wishing him the best. Your dog makes biscuits? That's so cute. Your friends were dressed as woodland fairies, so they handed her a crochet flower. Aww. You have 3 rows of your blanket squares completely joined. That's awesome. Who even wants to marry Clint? Apparently there's like a contingent of people out there that like him. I don't know. I don't really get it. You want to marry him just to experience divorce? There you go. Last time you were at Ren Fair, a little girl ran up to you and told you she thought you were a very pretty reindeer flower. That's so cute. I'm like catching my yarn like on the end of my glove finger right there. I feel like that would definitely be less of an issue if you weren't doing color changes, so. What's his 14 heart event going to be? I know, right? Bet he'll be talking about Emily every day. God, can you imagine? Electric tape? Yeah, I don't know that I would want to put tape on top of the gloves, though, is the thing. Find him in Emily's house? Oh my god. I just honestly, like, cannot imagine Clint ending up with my farmer. Like, it's just very difficult to imagine any scenario in which that makes sense. You know? Like, pretty much everyone in the Stardew Valley, I appreciate them having, like, a bisexual approach to spouses, and, like, that you can, like, I love that you can romance anyone, right? I'm definitely not ever going to be complaining about that. But, like, I can kind of see that for pretty much everyone. There's a couple of characters that, like, I see as being a little bit more, like, leaning one direction than the other. Like, personally, for Alex and Haley, I like both of them as gay characters more than I like them as straight characters, but I have a hard time seeing Clint as bisexual. Clint marriage is giving so incel, his only options are men. What gifts does he like? He likes stuff that makes sense for him being a blacksmith. So like he likes like copper and gold bars and like the gemstones. Like his loved items are a little bit similar to Emily's because he likes all of the different gemstones. Clint would have internalized homophobia. Clint went down the rabbit hole to kiss women. Did you see the guy that said headphones are making men gay? Excuse me? You know, I try to avoid people like that, to be honest. Cell towers are feminizing people. You know, you'd think people could focus on the actual poison that's being put into our environment from all of these various companies, but no, we gotta make shit up. Knew a guy who thought skids were a sign. Oh god. They found that a lot of headphones have chemicals that could impact the endocrine system. Oh my god. Don't eat food that has chemicals in it, y'all. Meanwhile, the chemical makeup of a banana. There's this this one guy on TikTok that I follow, who makes a lot of like food content, and a lot of the stuff that he scoffs at is people like being like, this food has chemicals in it, and one of his shirts is literally like the chemical makeup of a banana. Like, yes, all food is chemicals, guys. All food. One thing that I'm running into is that I'm kind of with this little hook. It's small enough that I can catch some of the stitches on the ends of these gloves, so I'm gonna have to watch out for that. Why did gay get censored for you? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. You gotta... you gotta update your settings, but also, like, why would that even be... why would that even be a thing in the first place? That's crazy. You're breathing air that's been inside another man. Sounds gay to me. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm missing something here. Okay, I need this one. 523. Some transmission towers use microwaves, which could crisp ya, but not gay ya? Well, maybe that's what the kids mean when they say you're cooked. Thank you for achieving quadra time. Pretty gay for a man to make a tower to crisp men. Yeah, because that's definitely why they made the towers. Mm-hmm. These guys are really like, cell towers are gay because they help you communicate. And everyone knows that communication is for women. Fellas, is it gay to speak on the phone? I feel a little bit like that kid in A Christmas Story who can't put his arms down right now. Like, the compression gloves are giving me, like, snowsuit vibes a little bit. It's not too bad. Don't get me wrong. Mostly when I'm changing colors that I feel like I just feel kind of clumsy. Plenty of guys think it's gay to whip their butts. I know you mean wipe. I know you mean wipe. But also that's a really funny typo. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Exactly, Zephyr. The Sagex, indeed. Okay. Yeah, I'm pulling the stitches out of my glove here, because I keep getting caught. I'm like, I wonder if I can like tuck that in or something. That's kind of awkward. You have a learning disability? What's my excuse? Is Alex present? Alex, are you here? Alex. I think there might also potentially be some other minors in here, so I'm not sure that we can guarantee it falling only on adult ears right now. Okay, we're trying this. See if that works. I do feel like a little bit... That might actually help. Oh, I think that made actually a huge difference, just tucking in the ends like that. And that made like a lip right here too, which is kind of helping to keep my bread from sliding around. Save the shame story for the Discord chat. Oh yeah, for sure, Scarlett. Oh, we want to hear the story. Definitely. Speaking of men doing shameful things, have y'all been reading all of the, like, Alpine divorce stories that are going around on threads right now? You sewed it down at the end of your compression gloves because you ripped out one too many stitches and it got on your nerves. That makes so much sense, Dancer. Yeah, I might have to think about doing something like that, because I think that these are just, like... I like that they're covering this, you know, this last joint well, I guess they aren't really doing anything for this very last joint anyway, but I think that they're just like a teeny tiny bit too long for what I'm doing with them. That's the correct term, right? So there's this concept that is apparently so, like, well known that it has a cutesy little nickname, but Alpine divorce is basically like when a guy takes his significant other, his, you know, like his wife or whatever, usually he'll take her into the wilderness, like on a hiking trip, and then he like leaves her out there. And they're like, because there's something that happened recently, I think a woman died because some guy fucking did that to her. And a lot of the times it's women who are like not as experienced hikers. And that's like a big part of the reason why it's such an issue, is because they're going out there with a partner who is acting as like their experienced guide, and then he leaves her. And yeah, so murder basically. Yeah, like a lot of people are like, Alpine divorce, more like Alpine manslaughter. And I'm like, I think that what people are missing about the name in general is that it, like, by Alpine divorce, people are saying it's divorce because your wife's not alive anymore. So like, yeah, that is what they mean by saying Alpine divorce. But yeah, it is like negligent homicide basically. And there have been so many stories on threads right now of women talking about times that their male partner, like, they're almost positive deliberately put them in danger. Either through things like leaving them on a hiking trail, like, you know, when they were the more experienced one, or, you know, they got an injury in the middle of a hike and then their husband, like, didn't want to wait for them, and so they got left out in the middle of this trail injured. Or this one woman had this crazy freaking story of, like, going out to this cabin that her husband's friend owned, and then the husband was like, actually, I'm leaving you out here in the wilderness for 6 months, and I'm gonna go home and I'm selling our house, and I'll be back in 6 months with, like, our dog or something. And she was like, fucking excuse me? And, like, getting left out there with this strange guy that she didn't know too. So she had this crazy story of, like, trying to get back home, and she didn't have, like, anything with her either. Because that's the other thing too, like, a lot of the times, you know, these women don't have, like, the tools that they need to, like their wallets, their phones, stuff like that. You know, apparently it used to be really common for like, you know, before cell phones, for women to be put in these dangerous situations of like being driven out somewhere with a man, and then the man is like, put out, or I'm putting you out of the car. You know? Yeah, yeah. Abuse is not just leaving a direct mark on someone. Absolutely, it's fucking hideous, the things that people do to each other, and especially the things that men do to their own fucking partners. But yeah, if you want some truly wild reading material, just go on Threads and look at the Alpine Divorce tag, because there are some crazy stories in there right now. Hate when people say, well, women do it too. Yeah, that's not what they should be focused on. Absolutely. Your ex tried to do something similar to you? You got into an argument because you said no man should get a say in whether or not a woman gets an abortion, and he pulled over to the side of the road and told you to get out of the car? Yeah, there's a bunch of stories like that that are included. It's crazy how common that is. That's so fucking dangerous. Like, this one woman had a story about how her ex, I believe the reason that this happened was because he like had a relapse or something, and he was like in the midst of drug addiction. But he invited her to like go on a nighttime drive with him, and so she's in her fucking pajamas, she doesn't have a wallet or anything, and they drive out to this rest stop, and he like gets out of the car to smoke a cigarette or something, and so she gets out to like go sit with him, and then he's like, oh, I forgot my lighter, and then he just goes back to the car and drives away and leaves her there in the middle of the night in her pajamas with no wallet or anything. Yeah, unbelievable. Like, I don't care what is going on with you and another person. Like, you don't ever fucking do that to somebody. Like, unless that person is like actively trying to harm you, there's no excuse for just like leaving somebody like that. And even if they are actively trying to harm you, like, call the police to go pick them up then. Like, don't just leave them out there with no way to get home. And never want to take accountability for their actions or want to say it was an accident. Yeah, that's the other half of it. Like, the women who do survive and make it back from these ordeals, like, they have to deal with their partner then like gaslighting them about the whole thing, like it wasn't even a big deal that it happened. Giving you flashbacks to your ex. I'm so sorry to hear that. It should have come out sooner. Truly wild looking at some of those stories too, and then the people telling them being like, and then months later I left him. Like, ooh. Because it's so shocking to have somebody do something like that to you. Like, it's hard to believe that someone would ever just be okay with that happening to another fucking person. Let alone someone they're supposed to care about and be partners with. Like, normalize breaking up with someone if you don't like being together. My God. Earlier today, you had a doctor's appointment because of your constant dizziness and found out that you got put on too much iron and it was giving you acute iron poisoning? All because your doctor thought it was your periods causing it? That's so fucking annoying. Making everything about the period. The amount of dumb or negligent ideas that should have sent you to the hospital is ridiculous. And you say should have because you asked to go and he would just give you a blank stare? Jesus. Yeah, that's... When people won't take their partners to the hospital, ooh, that shit gets me fired up. Maybe he assumed because it's a campus doctor. I don't... Look, I definitely had to deal with campus doctors not doing shit, and I think it's completely ridiculous. Like, what even is the point of you then? Like, I think that there are cases in which having access to a medical provider who is not actually interested in looking you over and truly evaluating your issues is more dangerous than having access to no medical provider. Because, you know, you've got somebody giving you incorrect information instead of knowing that you don't know what's going on. Like, I was so unimpressed with my university campus medical staff when I was in school, because anytime I would come in there being like, hey, I think something's going on, I don't feel right or whatever, they wouldn't do anything, be like, okay, you have a cold, and then they give me like 5 different medications, like these big ass bottles of medications, and not even like ibuprofen or whatever. They would give me like naproxen all the time, which is crazy. So I called my mom and I was like, what is this medication? Do you think that I should take this? And she was like, why would you take naproxen? Like, so they were less than helpful every single time. And like the horror stories that I've heard from people who tried to get gynecological care on campus, my God. Like, I just really always felt like the campus health center staff fucking resented the students. Naproxen sodium is Aleve. That's good to know. I've never taken Aleve, so I don't know. I don't have an opinion on it other than my mom felt like it was way more than I needed for what my symptoms were. I wish I could remember what else was in that bag, because it was like a bunch of stuff. But it definitely felt like just throwing medications at a problem. And I am not someone to usually complain about doctors like being willing to give you medications, because I think that there's like it's a multifaceted issue, right? Of like, I think that people love to fearmonger with the whole thing of like, oh, doctors just want to give you medication, and like that's why it's bad that people are like getting health care. I think that's really silly. So I'm not usually one to be like, oh no, the doctor let me have meds, but I never ended up taking anything they gave me because it was like so excessive. And it just really felt like they just wanted me to get out. The only time you ever tried to go to the campus health center, they were closed. The campus health center is there for students who live on campus, where you close at 3 p.m. on a Saturday. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, what am I paying for? I remember also I was going in there one time with like my primary symptom being like lethargy. You know, I was like, I feel very like out of it, and like I can't like fully wake up, and which is not something that I need pain relief for. But they always gave me like the same 5 things every time, no matter what the problem was. The mental health care that they offered on campus was even worse too. Like one of my friends, first of all, it was very difficult to get into it. But one of my friends, who definitely needed a therapist, was having a very hard time. Got into the program, and I believe was working with a grad student, and they legit told them, oh, you'll feel better if you get a boyfriend. Which is like, I hope you don't fucking graduate telling people that shit. Yeah, just insane. Naproxen is supposed to be easier on the stomach? Oh, that's interesting. My mom seemed to be of a different opinion. She said it was really hard on the stomach, so I don't know. My mom is a nurse, for context. That's why I was calling my mom in the first place. So interesting. That's interesting that she had a different opinion of it. I'm not saying that she's right and you're wrong, but maybe it wasn't the naproxen then. Maybe it was something else that they gave me, and I'm just only remembering the naproxen, because I remember that it was like a bag full of stuff. So maybe she was responding to something else, and I'm just misremembering. This was over a decade ago, so gotta cut me a little bit of slack. But I remember that whatever it was she was responding to, she specifically was like, that's very hard on your stomach, and I wouldn't take that. You were told that by the Indian health nurses, and they are sometimes students. Interesting. Yeah, maybe look into that one a little bit more then. Yeah, I don't know. Your first proper therapist, who was a straight white man, told him about the dangers of being an openly gay, biracial, child-free woman in the South, and his response was, so stop caring. So stop caring what everyone thinks? Wow. That's the thing. That's so stupid. I was trying to explain this to a family member at one point, why there is a difference when the language that is being used is like a racial slur, you know, or a microaggression, like coded language. The particular conversation in this instance had gotten started because of in like electrical engineering, there is some terminology that is used for different like components. I don't know a ton of stuff about electricity. I'm just trying to remember why this came up. This conversation was about linguistics primarily, but basically there are different component parts that fit together, and like how you would think about like a sug and a plug and a socket being called like male and female, right? Because, you know, the plug has protruding parts and then the socket has receding parts, so they fit into each other, right? So there's similar terminology for some things that's master and slave, right? And so the person I was talking to, they had been in a situation where like it came up that maybe that was not the best language to be using, especially when one of the people they were working with was a black man, and they were trying to be like reflective on the fact that like, hey, it may be uncomfortable using this terminology around a black person because it is very loaded terminology. And so I was trying to explain to this person like why it's important to be cognizant of that language and all of the like history that goes into it, you know, and like certainly some people aren't going to care, right? Even though that history is there, and that's fine, that's for them to decide. But you know, in general, and this conversation did end up going more in the direction of like specifically racial slurs and like why they're a big deal. It's because words mean things, and sometimes the things that those words mean are literal threats against a person's safety. So, you know, when you say words, usually those words are relating to something that is happening within a context. Like if I say I'm going to push this button and there is a button in front of me, then a person should expect that my words are going to be reflected in my actions, right? It doesn't make sense for me to point at a button that's in front of me and say, I'm going to push that button, and for your response to be, that button is not going to get pushed, right? Unless you know something that I don't. So when we're dealing with like racialized, or not racialized, with like slurs, specifically racial slurs, we have to understand that the context of those words is relating to a context of literal fucking violence against people. Like, all words have connotations. That's how dog whistles come about. Absolutely, Scarlet. And so, like, just because you are removed from that context as a white person, that doesn't mean that context does not fucking exist and that you shouldn't be mindful of it. So, I don't remember how I started talking about this. Oh, the stop caring what everyone thinks. That's like, if you're hearing somebody threaten you, like out loud threaten you, to tell someone, just stop listening to them, just stop caring what they think. That's like saying, if somebody threatens you, don't take it seriously. Like, sometimes words are threats, even if they're not directly saying that to you. And it's ludicrous to expect someone who's on the receiving end of those words to not act accordingly to protect themselves. Yes, ignoring a person does not disarm them, 100%. It is so less than helpful to have that reaction of turn the other fucking cheek. Like, your first therapist laughed at you when you told her about your issues with your mom and told you essentially that your feelings were dumb and you were overreacting because of your autism. Yeah, I wouldn't fucking tell that therapist anything else either. That's ridiculous. And like weaponizing your autism against you too. Chat got spicy today. Honestly, I feel like we've come to expect this at this point. You know, that's just what chat does lately. We said it's Thursday. Let's get it all out. Let's put it all on the table. Somehow I don't think that when all the cute little signs that say things like crochet is my therapy, like I don't think that this is what they mean by that, but you know, to each their own. We're all just pent up from stupid people telling us things. I know, right? Speaking of stupid things on threads, I literally had to put a temporary filter for the words Tourette's and BAFTA because I was really sick of people hearing people have absolutely rancid takes about that entire situation. If you haven't heard about it, I don't really want to talk about it. I think enough has been said. You think you ate too many donuts? Oh no. Eating your feelings today? I mean, at least you get something out of it, right? It's delicious. Man, I could go for a donut. That sounds so good. Very few people knew enough to comment on that situation. Yeah. Yeah. Starting a new crochet project to hide from your sad thoughts. Oh. Kraken mosaic blanket? That sounds fucking cool, though. Can't wait to see what that looks like. Hi, Jamcat. Welcome in. Post a Ravelry link after this row? Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Cozy. I hope you have a good rest of your day if I don't see you again. Whoop, shit. My hook just rolled away from me. Yeah, the issue with rolling them under is they're too tight. So I might end up having to cut these a little bit, but I think if they're just a little bit shorter, they'll be perfect. I'm gonna take them off for a minute. My hands are getting kind of sweaty. You have some funny news with neighbors and some sweet news with one of your puppers? I mean, we can have variety in here. Whoa, that feels crazy. My hands feel crazy now. Yeah, it's a little bit stimulating for me to have something on my hands. I'm not a huge fan of gloves in general, so I do feel like happy to take them off, but I feel like they're probably good for me. Like that is not anything against these gloves. I think that they are doing their job just fine. It's just maybe a little bit hard for me in general to wear compression gloves, but so these particular, yeah, these are from BB Pins. I just got them in today. They're very cute. I also got a binder from them that I'm wearing right now. So they have a lot of cool options. They're definitely worth a look. Yeah, either way though, Scarlett. I mean, all of the above. Let's go all of the above, honestly. Yeah, help with hand pain by giving stability. It's like having some support for your joints while you're working. So they can help prevent repetitive stress injuries, things like, you know, carpal tunnel. I have a lot of issues with my index fingers like popping out of their socket a little bit, so okay, neighbor upstairs. You knew that 2-hour guy is staying more nights because you almost called the cops because you thought someone was being ganked. Oh my god. He's earning his keep, huh? Man, how are you gonna survive with him being there all the time? You're never gonna get any rest. Yeah, just send them a fucking fruit basket for real. You find them helpful for your sensory issues when your when your body randomly decides your yarn feels gross? Totally. I don't have that issue with most of my yarn, but I gotta say, I tried working with some of the chenille, like specifically the Juicy Couture, and then also the I think the Premier like Parfait Chunky or something like that. I ended up sending it to Mambo because I was like, I don't like how this feels on my hands. Like, it almost felt like it was leaving a residue on my hands, and I know that that's not true. It was just from the texture of it, but I was like, ugh, I can't do this. Asking for noise-canceling headphones for your birthday? Yeah. I sleep in headphones every night, or not headphones, earplugs, because I can't deal with noises waking me up. I go into full-on rage meltdown mode when things wake me up like that, so I try to avoid those triggers. Your puppy. Okay, Holly Pocket's birthday was this month. Okay, happy birthday to Holly Pocket. And you have a pet shipping service for their vitamins and treats, and they sent you a hand-painted portrait of her profile picture. Oh my god. And a card signed by her. They got her neck rolls. That is so cute. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, Mambo, it's almost like a, it's like slightly oily, like like if you put lotion on your hands and then the lotion sensation was like completely gone, but you touched something that was slightly wet, so only the place that was wet like reactivated the lotion oily feeling. Yeah, it's such a strange feeling, and I can't handle it. It's too much for me. Like the greasy sensation is just, I would, like, my skin has to be literally cracked and bleeding before I put lotion on my hands because I hate it so much. Posted her portrait in the side chat. I have to go see this. We're getting some good shit in the side chat today. Oh my god. It's literally perfect. She is so cute. That is such a beautiful portrait of her. They did such a good job. Holy shit. Have to use so much lotion because of your eczema. I literally, like, I was in food service for a really long time, so the dishwashing would dry out my hands super bad. So I would have like lizard skin on the backs of my hands and especially the backs of my wrists. So my technique used to be that I would squirt the lotion directly onto the back of my hand and then I would spread it around like this because it's when the lotion is like in between my fingers that I really like fully can't handle it anymore. Hi Ash, welcome in. Got contact dermatitis from being a dishwasher. Yeah, it's I feel like even if you're not super sensitive to stuff like that, it's gonna fucking happen to you because that shit is so hard on your hands. Best way to avoid the oily sensation with lotion is to use it immediately after a shower. See, that's the thing. It's worse. It's worse if I do that. I don't like when it locks in the moisture. It's too much moisture. So I prefer to like take a shower fully dry to the point where I start to get a little bit itchy and then put lotion on because then it sucks up immediately and I don't feel like it's sitting on my skin. Like if I'm still all like slightly damp from the shower, you know, like when I know that you're supposed to put it on, it just feels like my skin is just like it's just on me. I can't do it. Like that whole skin flooding thing that's like so popular. Like that's my nightmare. That sounds terrible. I can't imagine doing that to myself. The idea of my skin being dewy is horrific to me. I don't want that, thank you. I would rather be crusty, honestly. Gold Bond Diabetic is the best lotion that you found. Okay, I will have to try that then. I use the Aveeno, just like the basic, super basic. I believe it's the Aveeno. One second. Yeah. This shit. This is my go-to. I don't really feel like it leaves much of a residue. If I use too much, it will start to. But I feel like it absorbs in pretty quickly. It doesn't leave a lot of residue, and it's cheap. And it doesn't have fragrance in it. Yes. That's autism lotion right there. The cream you used was really good, like hardly oily at all, and then they changed the formula. Oh, why do they fucking do that? I got the like what is it, like the working hands or whatever, the like the like industrial strength shit back when I was working at Whole Foods still, and I respect that it probably does its job very, very well. But I had to go wash it off. It was too much. Like, I would start putting it on because this part of my wrist would crack the worst just from like the bending and stuff. So I would put it on like the very worst parts of my hands, and then but only when it was like super bad and I knew it would like soak up really, really fast. And other than that, I couldn't handle using it because it was just too good at its job. It was a new vegan formula. Yeah, that's kind of a shame. That's kind of a shame. It's like, I get why you're doing that, but also, like, it's okay to have a formula that's not vegan, because not everyone is vegan, so... Only cream that you found that actually helped with your eczema? Oh god, and now it's gone. You recently got a salt scrub, and you feel that keeps your skin softer than lotions do? That's interesting. I mean, like, exfoliation is definitely plays a part. And for me, too, it's really not about, like, the softness, even. It's literally just about, like, is my skin gonna start cracking? Because it's so dried out. No, you feel a migraine coming on? Okay. I mean, maybe if you nurse it right now, you can knock it out. I feel like if I jump on that shit super fast when it starts to happen, I can prevent it from, like, getting fully started. So, like, I will take some ibuprofen, which is my go-to. And then I cover my eyes. Don't look at anything until it has fully kicked in. That's my technique. And sometimes it'll prevent it from fully getting going, but everybody's different. Gotta take a break for sure. Yes. Taking a break while the meds are kicking in, I feel like is key for me. Like a cold washcloth or hot or cold, depending on what feels like the vibe for you, because it can go either way for me. So that you have as much darkness as possible. Give it like a good 30 minutes for the meds to kick in, and then see how you're doing. Thank you for the water time, Chloe. Hopefully we'll pop back in later. Yes, good luck to you. I hope that the headache goes away quickly. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, so we have pretty much free reign in that case. Prider for Ash. You got it, Ash. I see we've gotten over the deer exceedingly quickly. Let's switch up our activity a little bit. I hear a raid coming in. The core boss, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's / Mambo. You had it right. It's just / instead of exclamation mark. Thank you. There you go. Thank you so much. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing today? Um, my name is Jack. I am a crochet artist here on Twitch, and I am currently working on crocheting the Stardew Valley map pixel for pixel. So come on in and hang out and chat. We talk about all kinds of crazy shit in here. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good stream. Kraken blanket posted in the Discord. Oh, hell yeah. Let me go see. You finished the fabric portion of your Buddy Christ costume from Dogma. Okay. That sounds fun. I see you're a cosplayer then. In the free pattern library, is that where? No. Wait, where did it go? Oh, it's in general. Okay. Wow. That's gonna be so cool. I love the clouds in particular. And the moon. Like, I think that's really... I like how they did that. That's gonna be so cool. Yeah, no worries, Mambo. Yes, there is a Discord if anybody would like to join the Discord. You can find that link, or I'm sure Mambo will get it for you, with !Discord. This is your first mosaic piece? Hell yeah. There it is. I knew it. I knew you'd be on top of it. It's so funny because it seems like I would have done a mosaic piece before, but I actually have not ever done mosaic crochet. So, excited to try it one day. Doing it in navy and white, so it'll have that similar look to it. Like the reference picture. And it's gonna be reversible, that's cool. We are up to the bathhouse, by the way. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the bathhouse is on the map. So we're really speeding through this last section here. It's crazy. When I was filming the update yesterday, I was like, how do I even hold this thing so that you can see it? Thought about doing it in other colors, but you had navy and white. Oh, in the 1 pound skeins? Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna raid and fade? Absolutely. Please go take care of yourself and have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you stopping by. Dropping things. I know that, like, I'm not wearing the compression gloves right now, but I do feel like I feel a positive impact from having worn them for a while. Like, my hands feel pretty nice right now, honestly, so... Let's see, where is this medium color? I think it wound up over here. Yeah. Extended negative stitch. Yeah, what is that? Seconded. Your son finally went down for his nap so you can actually be active in chat? Hell yeah. It's adult time. It's so surreal to see a few rows left. When I discovered you on Instagram back in October, you were in the hundreds. Yeah, October was a while ago for sure. Cause I started in April. So I was probably around halfway at that point, yeah. Hard to remember now, but yeah, I know it's this last quarter of the map really... I did predict that this would happen, but it really is going so fast. Yeah. And even the last week, because for the last little bit of the map, I'm going to be doing the last 10 rows all in 1 week. And part of the reason that I'm doing that is because, you know, a bunch of that is going to be the border, right? And the border is going to be way less complicated, so it's going to go really fast. But I had it in my head that the border was 4 rows. So it was going to be 6 rows, so basically like 1 row every day for the subathon, and then the 7th day would probably end up being the 4 border rows. But it's not. It's 5 rows. So there will only be 5 rows of map and then 5 rows of border in that last week. So like that's gonna go even faster than I thought it would. You remember the first video, kind of? Yeah, the first video is not super memorable because it's basically just a teaser, but... Or do you mean like your first video that you saw of it? It's always interesting, like, where did people come in, you know? I think your first video was week 17. It's pretty early. When I just finished the ocean? Yeah, when it started getting good, right? Yeah, it's really wild how quickly my viewership blew up for this project. And now you're a mod. Yeah, I know. It's you know, funny how things change for sure. Wish you joined Discord and Twitch earlier though. I mean, hey, it's never too late. You deserve the hype. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. Y'all tell the algorithm that. Sasha's being naughty. Oh no. Yeah, I know so many people are like, oh no, I'm so sad because it's gonna be over soon, which I think is very sweet, but I promise y'all, we are just getting started on cool projects. I have so many things that I want to do. Like, there's gonna be so much more of this to come, even if it's not gonna be this specific piece. Especially now that you've learned crochet yourself. That's awesome. How long have you been crocheting at this point? Since the Saturday between Christmas and New Year's Eve? Okay. That's a good time to start. When I got my first set of crochet hooks, which is actually the same set of crochet hooks that I'm using to this day, I got my first set for Christmas. Back in 2018, something like that, so it's a good time to take up crochet. Good time of the year. Let me see, I can cut this. YouTube recommended a video that finally made your autistic brain go click. I know exactly what you mean, for sure. It's like you can see the same thing so many times, but until somebody presents it in the exact right way, it doesn't matter. But then you get that piece that makes everything fit into place, and it's like, hang on a second, I perfectly understand this now. Just found out that the new marriage candidates, Clint and Sandy, yep. The way that I screamed and woke up Jess when I found out. I thought about recording my live reaction to seeing that video. And then I was like, nah, it probably won't be that interesting. And now I'm fucking regretting not doing it. Still maintain that crochet is magic. I mean, hey. two things can be true, right? What does Concerned Ape see in Clint? Well, you know, we'll find out, won't we? This, I mean, the implications, though, like, the potential is, it could be quite hilarious because one of the rewards during the subathon that's coming up at the beginning of April is going to be a Discord exclusive dramatic reading of the Clint / Elliot fic that one of Shy's friends wrote. So, you know, yes, the dramatic reading of the Clelliot fic is going to be a reward during the subathon. So, I mean, if we end up marrying Clint, maybe he just wants us to be able to bully him. See, like, I've my feeling about Clint as a character has always been that, like, the way that Clint is written feels very deliberate, because he doesn't have more of an arc to his character, and I have always said that I felt that Clint was redeemable, right? But without more story to him, I didn't feel like there was a way for us to get there. Like, there has been no redemption made to his character. He has made no, like, progress towards working on, you know, changing the way that he thinks about stuff. But I've always maintained that I felt like it was possible. It would just have to be up to whether or not Concerned Ape felt like he wanted him to be redeemed, right? So I'm definitely interested to see where he goes with his story, because I just feel like Clint is such a specific character. Like, so I'm very curious to see what Concerned Ape has to say. Yeah. You've been doing sewing, cross-stitch, and other crafts since you were a kid. I'll wait until the ad break is over, because you probably can't hear me. Oh, you can? You're not getting an ad right now? Okay. You've been doing sewing, cross-stitch, and other crafts since you were a kid. You can knit, but don't have the patience for it, so it was just a matter of time before it clicked. I totally relate to that. Like, my first craft as a child was sewing things by hand, so absolutely. I also knit. I did a lot of knitting in college, and then I never really got very far with it, but I've recently taken up knitting again. I feel like I understand it better now that I've been crocheting, but it still does not grab my attention in quite the same way. So anyone watched Heated Rivalry? I have not, but I have seen so much about it. You don't get ads for some reason? Hey, I mean, take it, right? There's so many little details that are not in the show. I mean, that's why, like, 9 times out of 10 the book is always better, right? Because you get all the extra stuff. It's not even always about, like, the fact that, like, the movie or the show or whatever, it's not as good. It's just the fact that, like, usually with the book, you're getting more content. Oh, there's the ad break. I see. It faked me out again. I thought it was starting. Need to renew your sub, apparently. It's always a bummer when they run out. AAA is barking up the wrong tree. You finished your row, so you think you're gonna go ahead and read it? Yeah, have so much fun reading, Chloe. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yeah, when the targeted advertising is not so targeted, right? I also do intentionally turn off all of that, like, targeted advertising, like letting people gather my information bullshit, because I would rather get random ass ads that have nothing to do with me than let people just have my fucking data. Never underestimate the value of your data. There's a reason that people are paying good money for that shit. The whole series is great. How many books are there? 6? Oh, I had no idea. That's like, that's such a gift to discover Heated Rivalry and then realize you get 6 whole freaking books. But they're about different couples. Yeah, I feel like that's such a common trope in the romance genre. Or like a, maybe not trope, but like a style for the different books. Like, I know a lot of series that do that. Currently doing an infinity granny square tablecloth. You've underestimated how long it takes to crochet your way through 1,000 meters of yarn cake. Yeah, that's the thing about granny squares, is that it's like, it becomes an exponential growth so quickly. Like, it goes from being very quick to finish a row to being like, oh, this is taking a long time. What colors are you using? Cotton King, Sultan Deluxe, and Blue Moon. Oh, okay. I feel like I've heard about the Sultans before. I bet that's pretty. That's like one of the, it's like an ombre one, right? Post a pic? Yeah, that'd be great. I would love to see it. I feel like I've seen those before, but I would love to see the colorway. Some of the stuff that Hobby carries really makes me want to just do a crazy yarn order from them, but I don't need that right now. I have plenty in my stash. Your son took the shortest nap ever? Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Shade. Yeah, go have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. Post in the side chat? Okay, let me go see. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's pretty. I feel like somebody else was doing something with similar colors. But it was like maybe the cake was smaller? Who was it? I feel like they finished it not that long ago. It's probably buried in the project pictures somewhere. But that's cool. Welcome back, Zephyr. Man, I'm excited to eat something after this. Your QPR is door dashing you ice cream because you don't feel good? Oh, that's so sweet. I'm glad you have that. You got chest pain from walking up the stairs? Oh no. Hobby has a base in your home country? Okay, see that's dangerous. For sure. It's definitely more of a pain to get, you know, Hobby to the States. So that's nice to have easier access, I'm sure. Yeah, I'd be broke, yeah. BRB, absolutely, Mumbo. It's so cool to be in this region of the map where it's like things are so locked in until it's done. Like this patch that I'm working through right now is just going to be like little fields, like rolling hills dotted with trees until the end, you know? You've placed so many orders these past couple of months. Hopefully that means you've been finishing lots of projects. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you gotta build that stash too. One second, y'all. I'm gonna grab a snack super fast. What? Got some nuts. These are nut duos, so it's pistachios and cashews. And the pistachios are like black pepper, and the cashews are Parmesan. I say that because there's no actual Parmesan cheese on them. They're just like Parmesan flavor, but they're good. They're like a little bit sweet. Highly recommend. It's allowed because it's delicious. Unfortunately, not that fast. The tablecloth has taken you a month so far. I mean, big blankets and tablecloths and shit like that, they take a long time. Like, for everybody, because they're just huge. Yeah, that blanket took, yeah. You decided not to do the last 6 rows. This is your 6th crochet project so far? That's awesome. What else have you made so far? Yeah, look, sometimes you gotta take things in your own hands, Ash, for sure. Some magic pot holders and a dishcloth before that. What makes them magic pot holders? See, I skipped the pot holders and the dishcloth thing. I was like, look, if I have to make a pot holder, I'm just not gonna crochet. Like, you did scarves? See, I did scarves starting out when I was learning to knit, and it was a similar situation of like, just making this big rectangle is boring the fuck out of me. Granny squares were what really made things click for me. They're also called folded pot holders? Interesting. So like you can put your hand into them, I'm assuming, or like the ones that go over your fingers like that, maybe? No, they're double. Okay. Well, that's a little bit more interesting than just a rectangle, at least. Oh, crochet in the round and then fold it in on itself and sew the edges. Okay, interesting. That does sound like a fun first project, actually. I like that you get to learn a little bit more than just doing a bunch of single crochets. Yeah, I would love to see. Okay, and now we just do this until the end of the row. Okay, let me see here. Let me see what you got. Oh, okay. It's cool looking though. Okay, with the little loop on it and everything. Yeah, that's neat. I like the yarn you use for that too. Welcome back, Mambo. Oh, you don't like it? It was for your parents? Oh, the combination wasn't doing it for you? That's fair. I think it's neat. It's a little off the wall. I mean, especially for like a pot holder, like let it be interesting in some way, right? Man, I don't think I've done this much of one color all the way across since literally the ocean. Like without being interrupted one single time. Those are the first ones you made? And those are your very first... Oh, they're cute. They're cute too. Yeah, that's a pretty combo as well. Not your fist crochet projects. Yeah, I bet that's definitely, that seems like a good idea, though, for something simple like that. To pick a really interesting yarn, rather than, like, a solid colored yarn, because it definitely... I'm sure that made it a lot more fun to work on. I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone, but I get bored, like, really easily with basic stuff, so... you know, I like to have something fun and funky going on while I'm working on things. Didn't want to do granny squares. No offense taken at all. Like, everybody's different, right? So when I talk about picking a first project, what do you mean you don't like, you only like doing non-basic things? I know, right? When I talk about picking a first project, I generally recommend one of 3 categories, and one of those categories is the basic rectangle. Like, for some people, that's fine. For me, if that was the only thing that I did when I was first learning, I probably wouldn't have kept doing crochet. Because it just does not grab my focus. So my 3 recommendations are usually either basic rectangle, like a pot holder, a scarf, you know, a dish towel, what have you, or a granny square, or some people just need to dive straight into amigurumi, and that's fine too. But generally, if you're not happy with starting out in one of those categories, if you switch to one of the other categories, you'll have more fun. Wectangle, are you making fun of me? Are you greeting the chat with mockery right now, Freedom? How are you doing today? Granny Square would have been a fun start for you. Yeah, it wasn't the first thing that I made, but once I got to Granny Squares, that was what really motivated me to like practice and get my technique down. Just making like a whole bunch of Granny Squares. Because I felt like I could fuck up a little bit and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Like I would still be able to put them together and make something. And so my first big project was like my first major project, not my first ever project, but like the first large scale thing that I did was Granny Square cardigan. So yeah, color changing yarn. No, I do agree that color changing yarn is a lot of fun. No, that's exactly it, Freedom. Yeah, 1 pixel is 1 single crochet. It is as simple as that. All right, another row down. Makes you want to do something, but on a smaller scale. Yeah, friendship bracelets are a great option. There's like that one website that has all of the bracelet patterns on it. For like, I guess people who do like the braiding or whatever. I don't know like the different style of making bracelets, but I mean they would translate perfectly into crocheting them. Adele, yes. Adele is here. I will be mindful of that. Just get things tidied up and then I can show you all our progress for the day once they're back from Adele time. we'll wait until they get back to respond to Freedom's question. Make sure that y'all can hear me. We gotta play Marco Polo. Can you hear me, Freedom, right now? Are you back? We should be back? Okay. Puffball corners. I have a little bit of an idea of something that I could potentially do with the leftover thread, but I have not locked in on anything yet. But it will be getting trimmed down a little bit. So here's what we've done today. I'll go over this first, and then I'll answer some of those questions. So you can see we have some of the mountains even farther back are coming in now. And here's the bathhouse. I'm gonna turn this light off for this because it's really messing with the colors. So there's the bathhouse. And then the road going across the desert is coming in. Okay. So, yeah, the leftover thread, I'm thinking about if y'all have seen people do this thing where they take like leftover like scraps or sewing thread or whatever, and then they sandwich it between like two pieces of like some kind of a gauzy fabric, and then do like embroidered like random stitching over the top of it to like sandwich it in between, and then it kind of like makes a new fabric. I'll have to see if I can find an example and post it in the Discord for y'all, but I'm kind of thinking about doing something like that with the trimmings from the map, and all of the like excess little loose pieces of thread. It looks so amazing. Thank you, Niji. Let me see if I can find the website that I'm thinking of for you really quick, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's Bracelet Book. Bracelet Book is what you want. So they have the little basic bracelet patterns, and any of these could work for crocheting stuff because they're all in the same grid style. And I'm pretty sure all of these are like free for anybody to use. But yeah, it's the same principle. So the Applejack one, yeah, that is so cute. And it talks about how to make alphas, and if you were gonna do it the actual bracelet way, which I don't know what any of this means, but oh, that's interesting. I like how they have it. This is actually pretty useful for crochet if you only look at the arrows. And you would work from the, bottom up, obviously, but yeah. It's kind of nice. Can you, oh, interesting. This is some bracelet shit that I don't know what's going on with it. Oh. Weird. Anyway, that's cool. The bracelet side of the internet. So let me update this really quick. Where is it? 33 rows remain. Why bottom up? If you wanted the orientation of the arrows to be the same. So generally when people read grids for crochet, they go bottom up just because it kind of with how the image appears, it kind of just makes more sense. Because if you went from the top down, then it would be appearing upside down for you as you were making it. So I think it just is a little bit more intuitive to do bottom up, but like you could do top down if you wanted to. You would just like have to, it would just not be, like it just might be a little bit more confusing to see it that way because of how you would be reading it versus how it would be coming out. Yeah. So if you do bottom up, then what will be appearing for you will look exactly the same as what is on the paper. Ordered some of your mom's favorite perfume for Mother's Day and got yourself a mystery one. Oh, that's fun. Okay, I'm gonna get my sketchbook out for this because I want to interrogate this pattern a little bit and see what's going on with it, why it's a little bit wonky. So I'm gonna look at this book that I have for patterns for reference because it has the, does it not have the, oh wait, this is not the book that I actually do want this one. This one should have the stitch counts for each row in it. So a lot of the squares in here just start off as like really basic squares. Like this is a good one to look at. So round 1 is 12 double crochets and 4 chain 2s. So that's like the most basic version of a granny square. Would also start off with 12 double crochets and 4 chain 2s, and that is how this one starts off as well. So the end of round 2. This is slightly different. Let me look at a different one. It's using half double. It's like using different stitches. So I just don't want to have to do math to add those together. This one might be a little bit easier to look at, I think. Okay, here we go. 12 double crochets, 4 chain 1 spaces, but that's fine. Akava, don't mess with that, please. No. Round 2, 28 double crochets and 4 chain 1 spaces. And then 44 double crochets. I feel like that's different from some of the other squares that I've done, though. Where's one that I've done in the past? Oh, the problem is that some of these start off as circles, so that's not going to translate directly. So circles, sometimes squares start out as circles and then become squares. That changes things a little bit. So we'll look at this one for reference. So, all right. I'm a little bit talking to myself right now. I'll make it make more sense for y'all in just a second what I'm doing here, but okay. So this is for the solstice square. All right, so round 1. Round 1, as it stands in this pattern, is 12 double crochets with the 4 chain 2 spaces. Round 2 is V stitches, so it ends up being, I'm gonna count this in terms of like, if you're looking at it from this side. So I think the easiest way to do this is basically just going to be to count all of the chains as a stitch, as opposed to trying to like separate out what's a stitch and what's a chain, because I think that's what's causing some of the confusion. So according to this pattern, this little starting sequence of a V-stitch should end up being 1, 2, 3, 4 stitches on top, because it's a double crochet, chain 2, double crochet. And then it wants me to continue doing oh wait, is that why it says V-stitch chain 2 V-stitch? Because it means double crochet chain 2 double crochet? I think that that's just a strange wording, because I swear to God there's not chains in between these. So we'll see what the count looks like. If each one of these is 4, then that's going to be 4, 8, and then the corner space is 2. Okay, I'm going to count just the V-stitches, then I'm going to add in the corner spaces, which will be adding plus 8 at the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, which it does say 12 V-stitches. I'm just trying to understand what it means when it says 12 V-stitches. So 12 times 4 is 48, plus the 8 from the corners. So we end up with like 56 stitches at the top, versus on this pattern it's 28 plus the chain spaces. What is the standard square like? I'm like trying to do this with the math so I don't have to just like start counting things, but I might end up starting counting things. I really wish that this gave you the stitch counts, because I feel like that would be a lot less annoying, but it doesn't, so I'm gonna have to count these. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 8 clusters plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 24 plus 12 equals 36. So yeah, I feel like, so that means that the centers of these squares are the same, but the second round, the count is very drastically different. So that's 36 in the second round versus 56 in the second round. And I think that that's why it's rippling like this. So but then the way that I did it was a little bit different too, because I took out one of the chains in each of the V-stitches. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 12 V-stitches, so that's minus 12. So that's 44, but that's still a lot more. So the difference is 8 between these two. So I'm wondering if I eliminated 8 stitches from this second round, if that would make a difference. Sorry if this is like really confusing to watch. I'm just trying to figure out why this pattern feels off. I just don't think it should be rippling like it is. Let me make another one and see how I feel. So blocking will probably help. I mean, for sure, and it's not that bad. My main concern is just that, like, if I make a jumbo one of these, the problem is going to get worse. So the more rounds I put on this, the more that ripple is going to be an issue. And just the way that this feels, it's like, I can tell that it's not just that it needs to be blocked. I can tell that something is not right with this, because all of my squares are always a little bit wonky before they're blocked, but like this one, when I like pull on it, I can tell that it doesn't really want to flatten out. It wants to have a ripple in it still. So like something is just off with it, and I'm not sure where. So I'm gonna make another one and see how I feel about it. Or maybe I can see if I can find another pattern. Okay, that's the same one, just from Ravelry. Hi, Shy. You're reminded that English is not your first language. Hey, that's okay. Sometimes this shit is just really awkward to try and understand. There's some videos. I'm just gonna...
Hey guys,
I'm just gonna look at it. Does it look the same? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's still 12. So maybe I'm just the problem. I don't know why this is coming out so awkward for me. I'll make another one and see how I feel. I'm probably the problem. Let me just, like, stop trying to mess with it and just make this one, I think, the way that I'm supposed to make it. Miss Agatha has found a nice comfy spot to lay down directly on top of where I need to get yarn out of. Oh, wait. No, it's okay. It's the other... She's on top of the other yarn. There's 2 of them. Haven't graduated to a full-blown pattern just yet. Oh, yeah, that makes a difference. Yeah, reading patterns can... It's a whole other animal. It's, You looking at her? Thinking into it? Isn't she so cute? You're gonna, like, break it. Yeah, she might actually need to get off of that. I think she's not... It's not that strong, little girl. Oh, I already picked her up. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's see if I'm the problem. That's probably what it is. I know, I'm so sorry. I didn't pay the cat tax. That's my bad. That's totally my bad. Is an entirely different language? No, 100%. Like, learning to read patterns is learning a new language. Hey, you know what? I may have moved her, but she seems pretty happy about it. She's in my lap now and she's purring, so I don't think she minds at all. She's like, ooh, I got an upgrade. Can we see the baby? Why don't I show her to you guys after I finish up? Because she's just gonna be... She's gonna be walking all around, and she's not gonna want to lay down if I put her up on the desk right now. Okay, there's round 1. Now round 2. Little Pearl Drop, hello, welcome in. How are you doing today? I was gonna do... No, I'm gonna be good, and I'm gonna do 2... I'm gonna do 2 chains in each V-stitch to like follow the pattern a little bit more closely. Whichever one of these techniques I land on, I will redo whichever square is like not matching what I decided to do. So, if that makes sense. I just feel like that's so big, but I guess we'll see. Won't we? Can you say something you've been wanting to say for a long time? I mean, sure. If I don't know what it is, I can't really tell you if it's okay or not, but I mean, take a crack at it, why not? We believe in gentle correction around here, if need be. Titans on pommel of sword. I mean... I'm doing okay, little Pearl Drop. That's a cute name, by the way. Do you like, do you play Animal Crossing? I'm just thinking about the cat Pearl now. Although I guess you probably mean like knit and pearl, but... Oh wait, hang on, I did a chain 2 where I should not have done a chain 2. You said slightly. It's a knitting reference? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's not how you spell the character from Animal Crossing anyway. I think it has 2 R's, right? Wait, do you think that that's why her name is Pearl? Do you think it's a knitting reference in Animal Crossing too? That's just occurred to me for the first time. It's probably just because purring, but like, maybe it could be 2 things. But is it like even deeper than we thought? Like, I'm definitely reading too much into this. Well, it is now. So, if any of you get Pearl on your islands, I guess that you know You know what you need to do with her house now. Give her a little knitter's paradise. You bruised your leg by massaging it? Oh my god, Zephyr. Chill out over there. You've learned through these streams that Mormonism and Christianity in general in the States and in Scandinavia is pretty much two different things. I would believe that for sure. Sorry, it's funny to me, that this is like where you're learning that from because I'm such an atheist, but, yeah, there's a lot about religion in general, but you know, obviously we're specifically talking about one kind of religion, that is very related to the culture that it happens in and is very influenced by it. And yeah, let's just say that I was raised in a very Christian environment, and that is 100% of the reason that I am so turned off to it. Returned at a fun time, Nickel. I'll be honest, there was not one single moment during the stream that you could have come back and it wouldn't have felt like reapproaching a house on fire. You weren't even pressing hard. You don't know how it happened. I honestly thought for a second you were talking about the conversations in the stream for a second. Your bubble grip was relaxed. Yeah, someone's like, can I ask a difficult question? Everyone in chat just like, oh god, where is it? Hang on. I finally found the perfect use for this emote. Oh, we're always having a good time, Nickel. How are you? What have you been up to? I'm fighting with this pattern and trying to figure out if I'm just being dumb or if there's something actually that's kind of weird about it. I'm probably being dumb, but, you know, we'll find out one way or another. Like, I just feel like there's so much excess right now. It feels like too much stitches. You know, like that's an even worse ripple effect, but maybe when the next round goes in, it evens out or something. Like, that's what's throwing me off. You're out of the closet, you use she, they pronouns, you're tattooed, and you're an active Mormon. Okay, see, that's pretty different. That's a pretty different experience, I feel like, than what a lot of people... Like, Mormonism in this country is extremely conservative, and I don't even think that that's, like, any kind of a crazy thing to say. Like, I think that's... I think that Mormons would agree with that they are conservative. So that's definitely a different experience of Mormonism. Yeah. Yeah, Adele popping in at the worst fucking time, for real. Adele stealing the sub? No. Oh my god. I love Nickel freaking out like I haven't already said that I was gonna wait for everyone, but Nickel obviously doesn't know that. Just laughing at Nickel's pain right now. Everyone like, oh my god, please. Waiting on the edge of the cliff with your hand extended. That's very anime of you, Mambo. Okay, I think we're all back. Oh, you thought it was gonna last you to the end of the day? That makes sense. Yeah, definitely wait for desktop. It's a better deal. You just woke up? Well, I'm glad you made it, Kiri. You've heard stories like that before, but luckily none from your country. Yeah, that's... Honestly, if you want to get an idea of what Mormonism is like in this country, my recommendation is literally Alyssa Grenfell's YouTube channel. I know I linked a video from her last time, but just like, she has a lot of different videos. I'm sure you'll find, you know, if you want to look through her channel, you can probably find something that'll like pique your interest of like, what's going on with this? But she's an ex-Mormon, and so a lot of her videos are just sort of talking about like why things are the way that they are in the Mormon church, or like, you know, different like rituals that the Mormon church engages in and things like that. Just like unpacking what's going on with that, right? So I feel like that'll give you more of an idea of like what American Mormonism is like. And Mormonism is also, it should be said, very different from just like blanket Christianity. Like, it is such its own specific thing, versus, you know, like Baptists. My experience growing up was primarily with the Baptist church, and that's where I got my trauma from. So one of your cousins is so gay, but he's stuck in Mormon prison. No. No, you don't have to apologize, Kiri. No worries at all. I'm glad you're getting some sleep.
Nicolart Studio just subscribed for 4 months. Oh wait, no, I can stay.
Thank you so much for the resub, Nickel. I'm glad you got it figured out. Okay, see, I feel like I'm proving my own point right now, because this is not right. Like, what the fuck? This cannot be right. How are people making this look like it looks? Because this is... Look at the deck box and see if there's a V-stitch square in it for you. Yeah, if you can find... Because that's it's not just that it's a V-stitch, it's that it's... it goes from a granny stitch to a V-stitch to a granny stitch to a V-stitch. I can't even fucking say it. It's 2 different stitches from one row to the next. So, but yeah, if you can find something that's similar, I'd appreciate it, because this is weird. This is not turning out like it should. And I can definitely fix it, but I just gotta sit with it and figure out where the problem is coming from, so that I don't change it too much, you know? had your tubes removed in 2024. Yeah. Oh, look who it is. Yeah, that's definitely atypical for a Mormon in this country. That would not be okay. Miss Agatha's down there. You win a kitty. Yeah, exactly. You fell away from your faith after you got married, so it's actually been a bit of a difficult journey for you and Mr. Nickel, but we're good. Well, I'm glad that you're good. Yeah, I can't imagine being of a different mindset in that regard from my partner. Like, I know that people do it all the time and it's fine, but like, it does not sound fun to me to go through that, so... but Jess and I are coming from a, well, we grew up in the same town, so we're coming from the same place when it comes to religious drama. Okay, see, this is what it looks like if I do it without changing anything, and as you can see, the rippling issue that I was talking about is way fucking worse, so I feel like whatever I did to change things, I was moving in the right direction. And I do think that the issue is coming from the V-stitch row. Something is off with the V-stitch row. Okay, thank you, Mambo. Because yeah, this is not it. And I guess, like, you can make it work if you just, like, flatten it like that, but then the second it starts to move around, it's just behaving incorrectly. Like, that's where it naturally wants to bend. Because there's a ripple right there. Thank you, Mumbo. Okay, let me go look and see. So for this, aha! This one, it looks like it's only having you do V-stitches in the corners, which I think makes a lot of sense. And it's the same... It is otherwise the same alternating concept. I think that makes a lot more sense. Let's try that instead. I think that that's going to actually work. You like that you have a set of rules? Your brain likes to have some loose guidelines? I think that that's going to help Mambo for sure. Yeah, I think, having faith, or having, like, you know, like, community culture, all of that kind of stuff, like, that's not the issue, you know? It's definitely that the way that people approach religion as an opportunity to establish hierarchy and have power over other people and tell other people what they can and can't do with their lives, right? Which is how it's often approached in this country. And that's the thing that makes it so dangerous and such an issue. So pretty much anything outside of that, when it comes to religion, anything about religion that is not that, I have no fucking comment on. Like, are you happy? Great, do whatever the fuck you want. That sounds awesome. I'm glad that you found something that works for you. Like, I am not a person that really has faith. Like, that just is not something that has ever clicked with me. But that has nothing to do with literally anyone else. And, like, I'm happy for y'all. If y'all have a good relationship with your faith, that's great. But I will never stop being critical of institutions that normalize the idea of subservience and oppressing other people. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter how you dress that up. It doesn't matter that you are calling that a personal decision and a personal choice. It's like, you don't get to do that, you know? That's where the issue is. So it's gonna be chain 5, double crochet, chain 3, double crochet, chain 2, double crochet, chain 1. That's really funny that it's working out like that. Or just to get started. Okay. Water time. Thank you, Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix is here. It's water time. 1 second. Let me do this really quick so I don't forget what I'm supposed to be doing. That already looks so much more correct to me. Yes. Yes, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Because you can see how it's taking up the correct amount of space. Okay, this is gonna fix it. Thank you so much, Mambo. Absolutely, Niji. I mean, like, don't even use something real as an excuse for being mean to other people, right? Like, it's one of those things of like people love to play around with that hypothetical of like, you know, what if you found out tomorrow that everything about religion was like true, right? Like, what if there was, you know, scientific irrefutable proof that God was real? Like, wouldn't you feel like, would that change like your decision making? Wouldn't you want to plan for that possibility? And I'm like, absolutely the fuck not. I don't care if there was irrefutable scientific proof that came out tomorrow that God is real. That wouldn't change a single fucking thing about the way that I feel about God or about these religious institutions that exist. Like, because the point is not whether or not the thing that you were basing all of these decisions on is real. The point is that your actions fucking suck. Like, that's what the point is. Crochet Dude, welcome in. How are you doing today? The general you, we are not yelling at anyone in chat, to be clear. Just having a standard crazy conversation, you know, as we always do. Excellent username, indeed. You know, it really gets the point across. Yeah, no, right? Having some very strong words with God, I mean, as you should, honestly. Like, my feeling has always been, like, either that figure as it is being discussed in the Bible is not something that I want to have anything to do with, or the Bible is completely wrong. Like these two truths cannot coexist. You think God would be using they, them? Hell yeah. You're doing Yarntastic? Oh, you're so on brand, Crochet Dude. It's incredible. One of the biggest rules inside religion is not to force others to follow, but to lead by example. And that's how you've always lived your life, even when the religious circles fail to follow the simple rule. I mean, fuck yeah. No worries at all, Niji. No worries at all. You're doing just fine. Mambo, I'm so glad that you found one of these patterns on your card, because this is absolutely answering everything that I thought was wrong with this pattern. You were near the end of the deck. You got so scared. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kai. Thanks so much for hanging out. Just crocheted a non-functional thing bikini. Because a coworker... Hey, I'm sorry, what? A non-functional thing bikini. I need clarification on what this means. Gotta go? That's okay, GM Cat. Thanks for hanging out. I mean, you got pretty damn close considering we end around the... Oh, thong! I see. I was like, thing is in like Adam's family or... Okay. I don't know if y'all can tell the difference from your angle, but this has completely eliminated the awkward rippling effect that was happening before. The other pattern is putting in too many V-stitches. That is indeed what the problem is. No! Wait, okay, no, never, I was like, hang on a second, did I do that the wrong color? No, we're fine, we're fine. Everything is okay. Okay, and then the third row, I'm pretty sure I know what we're doing, but let me double check here. So yeah, it'll be 2 clusters into each corner and then 1 into the chain 1 space. Easy peasy. Posted in the side chat. Psychic Macaroni, welcome in. We're getting some incredible usernames today. I love that username. Oh my god. Shy? That's amazing. Also, I love your calendar. Wow. That's like the, have you seen that, like, that dumb, like, hack that's like, you'll never be without a hair tie again. Here's how you use underwear to put your hair up. Like, that's the underwear. What makes it not functional? Well, I guess that depends on what you're trying to use it for, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure there's a context in which it's just as functional as it needs to be. But probably nothing where you need to leave the house. Oh my god, that's itchy as fuck, I bet. Would it... Yeah, there you go. Black Cat's your target audience. Procrastinating the final steps on washing a shawl you finished? Oh, yeah, that's a mood for sure. We're doing pretty good. I finished another row of the Stardew Valley map. So there are only 33 rows left to go, and we are just figuring out some tomfoolery that we experienced with a granny square pattern, so fortunately we found a solution. Yes, thank you for plugging the Discord, Mambo. Step 1, crochet a triangle. Step 2, chain. Indeed. Mambo's a better bot than me. Yeah, Black Cat is just a mod for vanity purposes. Just really wanted a sword. Yeah, I know. Your sword is dull. It's about as sharp as the sword that my brother smacked me in the face with as a child, and almost cut my eye. Okay, let's see. I can figure this out. Let me know what you would like to be called, but I'm gonna take a crack at it. Alsunasa. Alsunasa? How did I do? Alternatively, maybe different words, but how are you doing today? Welcome in. Oh, your name is Chaos Mom on Discord? I feel like that perfectly fits the vibes of the chat. Trophy mod? You know what? I feel like that really is appropriate for Black Cat. I feel like that's the energy that Black Cat is bringing to the chat. Your sister hit you in the eye with a metal baseball bat when you were kids? I feel like that's a rite of passage. Doing fine, just wanted to chill here a little bit? Yeah, absolutely. Welcome in. You just started to do crochet yourself, but you can't even do a hat? Oh, well that's okay. You'll get it. If everyone has to start somewhere and make a big mess and eventually figure it out. Your phone is dying even with the charger plugged in? I hate it when that happens. I swear it's because of, like, my phone doesn't charge right with certain chargers. Weirdly, it's the iPhone charger that it does the best with, but... Okay. Okay, I see what's happening here. So, it's basically replacing the granny stitches with a V-stitch. So, the silhouette of the thing is actually the same. Interesting. So, it's just a little bit more open. I mean, it's cute. It is definitely a different vibe from this one, though. I feel like this one looks a little bit more star-like.
Really?
I would love to, like, incorporate this one being correct with the look of this one somehow. Am I using the chain as the first stitch? It's definitely a much bigger issue than that. Like, even if I was fucking that up, it's, oh, you're not talking to me. Never mind, never mind. I'm sorry, I understand. You've only ever made cat ear beanies? My first beanie that I made was like, you just do a big rectangle of rib stitch, and then you like sew it up in a tube, and then you sew, like you just run a piece of thread through one end of the tube and then like cinch it so that it creates the top of the hat. It was very, I know, not everything's about me, I'm sorry. Hurts your wrists more than knitting for some reason. Yeah, repetitive stress injuries are no joke, Psychic. I just got some compression gloves today, so something like that could help with your problem. So these are just to help support your joints while you're working. So probably be good for your knitting as well. But they make ice pack gloves. Interesting. I'm sure, yeah, if you want to join the Discord, I'm sure we can help you get that figured out. Okay. This version that Mambo sent is definitely much more correct, and I like it a lot better. However, the aesthetics of it are pretty different from this. So I think that I might just take some time to play around with these off stream and see if I can find like strike a happy medium between these two that like lays correctly but looks a little bit more like this. I think it's because the granny stitch is going through the top of the V-stitch rather than in between the V-stitches gives it a very different look. So I'm just gonna play around with this a little bit and see if I can figure it out, rather than making y'all watch me toil and be confused. And then we'll come back to that next time. I like how Black Cat ended up typing exclamation mark disorder almost. I feel like that's apt. The two of you racing is adorable. But yeah, I'm gonna call it there. And like I said, I'm gonna play around with this some off stream. So I'm gonna find somebody for us to raid really quick. Snooze that ad breaks. We don't have that getting our way. Don't join the Discord. Join the disorder. We all have autism now. Truer words never spoken. Let me come over here. So let's see who's online right now. All of the, like almost all of the makers and crafting people that I follow are playing games right now, which is so funny. But it looks like Wumbrion is doing something craft-based. You kept your watch streak? Hell yeah, Kiri. So yeah, I'm gonna take us over to Wumbrion. Agatha? Oh wait, hang on. I almost forgot. I'm so sorry. Here's your cat. She decided that she was getting up on the desk whether I liked it or not, so... Here's kitty time. She deserves all the kisses and pets. It's true. It's the truth. This little baby. Is she purring? Yes. She's a very good little baby. You got sweet little paws, huh? Can I have that, please? No? She said, don't fucking touch my feet, mommy. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. You got a little wet mouth. Okay. You gonna take your little nap on my desk now? She looks like your wonton girly. That's so cute. She's a very good little girl. Would you believe she's 13 years old? That can't be true. She's just a baby. All right. Oh. Big yawn. Okay. Yeah, she's 13. All right. I'm gonna set up this raid here. Thank y'all again for hanging out today. I really appreciate you. The Discord is there if y'all would like to hang out and chat. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you all over to Wumbrion. If you would like to participate in the raid, you can do so by picking out the evilest looking emotes that are available to you and typing in evil raid. I will see y'all tomorrow at the same time. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.